Thank you. If people could go on mute if they're not talking. So welcome everybody to the meeting, to this final meeting of the year. There's several issues. Pleased to say that the annual report's come through. 5.1 now has been taken off the agenda. So, and of course, we've got the issue relating to Far North Holdings, which I intend to take as our first item up, given that we've got Andy and others with us, just in case there are questions relating to it. So I will commence with the council prayer. Dear Lord, we ask that through council's discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Thank you all for that. I do have an apology from Dave Collard. He's just rung to say he won't be able to make today's meeting. So I'll move that apology. Do I have a seconder, please?
Second, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. We'll just vote on it. I assume that we can. I'm in favour. Deputy Mayor.
Favour.
David Clendon.
Aye.
David Felicity Foy. She's not with us
Aye.
now. Oh, Felicity,
Aye.
are you there? Thank you.
Aye.
Matt, thank you. Rachel.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Moko.
Aye.
And John.
Aye.
Thank you all. Okay, I have no deputations and at this stage no mural announcements. We'll make comments as we go through from time to time. So I intend to take us now to item 5.3, which is the Far North Holdings annual report, which is on page 72. So if you turn to page 72, please. And I will move the resolution. Do I have a seconder, please? The recommendation, sorry, do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second it, John.
Thank you, John. The questions, please. Andy is here and his team to answer any questions if there are any. Anne, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had quite a number of questions which I put in an email and sent through to Will Taylor, and I got an email back. My questions are related to trading profit, comprehensive income, and whether or not the sale to Kaikoui Berry Fruit Limited, of which Far North Holdings is a 19% shareholder, was done at a fully arm's length transparent transaction. And I've got quite a great reply. But having said that, it's really accounting speak, and I got a little bit lost. I got to reflecting about my time on the trust at Top Energy, and every year we receive the financial annual report from the company. We hired Gilmore Taylor and Associates on a regular, every year. Gilmore Taylor and Associates received the report first and then provided the trust with a lay person's interpretation of what the report was saying and pointed out to us annual trends. And it was extremely valuable because we used the same individual each year. We ended up with someone who was intimately familiar with the workings of the company and could translate that into the kind of language that your box of chocolates could understand. So in regard to the Far North Holding statements, I'm mindful that at the moment we have some very astute councillors elected, and they can read the set of accounts and absolutely understand what it means. But that's potluck. And I'm going to put my hand up and say, when it comes to reading all these spreadsheets, I don't necessarily understand what it's saying. So I would like the Far North Holdings report to go through a similar process that we adopted at Top Energy, where we send it off to an individual third party in the first instance to look over it and then provide a dumbed down layperson's interpretation document for councillors. And that could be in a workshop, not necessarily a formal meeting, where we could look at whether or not we are actually achieving an adequate return on investment, whether we are actually achieving our social, environmental responsibilities. All of those things that we need to turn our minds to that I'm not sure we do when we adopt it in a formal council meeting. So that would be my preference, and it's probably too late for this year, but moving forward, I'd like my colleagues to consider that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Anne. All right. Excuse me. I'm very happy to give that consideration, and we'll ask Bill and Andy and others on here, Sarah, etc., to perhaps give us an email comment on that as well. Not immediately, but just when you can in due course. That would be useful to get that back. David Clinton, I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you, John. Yeah, just a question. In this reference to various maritime assets and projects in part funded by government, I see no reference to the Rangatane reclamation project. I just wonder if that's an omission or why that's not mentioned anywhere. It's about a $4 million project, I think.
Yeah, David, I think that's because it's still going through the planning and EPA process. So obviously there's not been any funding drawn down at this stage. So no work has commenced on site. Generally, projects are recorded as and when construction starts, rather than, at the point we are now, which is still seeking confirmation of resource consent.
Okay, I thought you would have incurred some costs up to now within this financial period, but evidently not.
Yeah, there will be some costs incurred in respect of the RC. So yes, we could note those, but generally we outlined specifically the projects which are underway in terms of actual construction, but more than happy to extend that to projects which are under resource consent as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy, for that comment. Rachel?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mainly just a comment or a statement. Thank you for being here with us, Andy, and for your team. Kim, it's nice to see you on the screen. And thank you for this report. I think, if anything, this report really hit home for me why we're going through the process that we're going through now in terms of developing that relationship between Council and Far North Holdings, and really having some grassroots conversations about what the future of that relationship looks like and how we best capitalise on it. So really just highlighting, I'm happy to support the adoption of this today, but for me it's just highlighting that it would be great to have this in front of us as we go forward with the conversations between now and when we adopt the next statement of intent. I think that this report really hit home for me why we've highlighted some of the gaps that we have, and it will be great to see that coming to fruition next year. So just wanting to make that statement more than anything. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your mahi team.
Thank you very much. There's no other. Oh, John Vucic.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and thanks, Andy. It's good to see you made it north as well. Taking on board what my fellow councillor said, I agree, but also note, Andy, several times you've also asked that for the opportunity to present in front of council and to make it a regular affair, which I think we actually are doing. I know you're reporting to the audit and risk, but I don't see any issue there. Some of the only comment I'd make is some of your successes in terms of the well-being significant. And while you don't tend to sort of blow your own trumpet, I think a bit more of that might actually help to see the impact that, for example, Innovation Park is actually having, and some of the other work that you have done in the outlying areas, how positive an impact it is. So that's my only comment. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other hands that I can see?
Just Andy Knox, Your Worship.
Oh, Andy, okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to reply to the comments made by Rachel, Anne and John, actually, because I think they all reflect the need and I think opportunity on both sides to have like I said, a greater level of engagement around that and adopt some reporting structures which really get to the core values that we're seeking to, like I said, meet and ensure that we adhere to those. So from our point of view, having this, work around the statement of intent, the letter of expectation, and any other reports which could actually add value to not just the councillors, but to community and ratepayers as well, in terms of creating that transparency and, like I said, highlighting exactly what each project is bringing in terms of value, well-being, etc. I think will be quite beneficial to both sides going forward.
Thank you, Andy. Kelly?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, total call what my colleagues have said, but I also want to acknowledge all the completed projects that Far North Holdings have achieved for our district. Te Hononga at the top of my list, of course, Te Ahurea and Kirikiri, and Mania footprints of Pupia. Without Far North Holdings, those projects, which more is that? Hang on. Those projects wouldn't have been completed. Somebody's muted them already. Yep. So yeah, just commend all the good mahi of the Far North Holdings board, but their staff, all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you might need to spend a little bit of money on a bit of oil for that door that was behind you, Matt.
Yes.
Okay, well, look, if there's no other comments, I just want to repeat what Kelly's just said. Thank you, Andy and Kim and others who have come on to say for all the help and what you've done and what you are doing. And we look forward to continuing working with you, and please pass our compliments on to Bill and the governance team as well. So with that, folks, we will put the resolution. I'm in favour.
In favour.
Thank you, Anne. David?
Aye.
Felicity?
Aye.
Matty?
Aye.
Thank you, Matty. Rachel?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
Moko?
In favour.
John?
Aye.
Right, thank you all very much. And again, Andy, have a great Christmas to you and all your team, please, if you'd pass it on.
Thank you, and compliments of the season to all the councillors and staff. Thank you for all your help, support during the year, and wish you all a great break.
Thank you.
Appreciate
it.
Merry Christmas, Andy.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you all. So now the next item we have is go back to 4.2, the adoption of the annual report. It's been circulated. Casey circulated it just a little while. So I will move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Court. And just bear with me a second. Right, John, was that your hand up? Whose hand did I see up then? Janice, do you want to comment?
Yes, please, Your Worship. Before councillors make comment on the report, there are 3 amendments that we have made to the document that you have been given to review as a result of the last minute audit discussions that we've been having. So just want to make you aware that on note 8, which is the cash and cash equivalent note, we have actually split out any deposits of less than 90 days from cash. So the 2 lines are now 2 separate lines. In note 12, with the addendum around the change for land under roads, we've changed that comment to read, this change is as a result of reclassifying infrastructural roading land under roads as its own PPE category to reflect best practice. And then in note 25, which is capital commitments, the prior year roading and footpath value has been amended by 6 million. So it now reads 51,074, and the total now reads 51,578. Just to make you aware of those changes before you adopt the report.
Thank you, Janice. They're important, but we can just accept them, I assume.
Yes, yeah, I mean, they're part of the audit clearance, so it's
The
just making
modification.
you aware that we've made them. There are some other sort of typographical errors that we make, but they're standard.
Thank you. William?
Your Worship, if you would allow me just to make a bit of a contextual comment, there are currently over 200 vacancies for auditors across Australia and New Zealand. That's put a lot of pressure on Audit New Zealand. I cannot praise Janice's efforts enough. If it hadn't been for, she was working till late on last night to get this audit clearance. There are many councils that will not be in the fortunate position that we are in today. And so much of this is down to Jan's efforts working with our auditors. So thank you for that, Jan.
Thank you, Janice, and we just want to acknowledge the work that you do for us. We appreciate it. Can I come to Kelly and then David Clendon, please?
Thank you. On page, I think it's 14. It's our performance in brief. Okay, sorry, page 11 is the number at the top of the actual annual report. There's a statement made under the first bullet point about the work that was done with subsidies, and it says the drilling of a new water bore at Monument Hill. I wonder about the accuracy of that terminology there, and I'd rather that it said the drilling of a temporary water bore. We are in the process of talking with the locals and, you know, still doing the resource consent application. And yeah, that was an emergency supply. It wasn't the actual new bore. It wasn't, you know, the water supply for Kaikohe.
Okay, is anyone able to comment on that?
I would have to ask Andy Finch if he's got any comments, Your Worship.
Thank you.
My understanding that it was part of the DIA money for resilience, and it will be a permanent supply, but I'll defer to Glenn or Helen to comment.
Through the chair, I missed the first part of the question, but I think I understand the reason Councillor Stratford is asking this change, and I'm suggesting perhaps you could use the words exploratory bore, because that was the initial bore that went down, was to see that it was a viable source for us to further develop, and it was.
Yes.
So as opposed to using the word temporary for drought, it's an exploratory bore.
Yep, okay. And I've got another one on page 20. On page 20.
Point of order, Anne?
Yes, a point of order. It's not to diminish the valuable comments that my colleague has made, but we've got an annual report in front of us and we've got an auditor's clearance. Is it within our purview at this point to alter the document?
I was just going to ask the same question. I wonder if Will or Janice can give us advice on that, please.
In terms of just adding that single word, Your Worship, that would be covered by the General Manager's authority to make grammatical changes. So that's covered.
Thank you. Thank you. Kelly, you had something else to add?
And I think you'll find in the opinion that we received this morning that these pages are excluded from the audit assurance. So page 20, it states under number 8, environmental management, that 2 new animal shelters were opened during the year. Unless I missed something. Only 1 has been opened.
Would you comment, Dean? Is this to do with Horiki?
I'm not across the specific statement that Councillor Stratford's referring to, but it would be correct to say that only 1 animal shelter was opened this year. We planned and budgeted for 2, but the only one has been opened and the other one is underway, but is only likely to be completed by the end of the year if all goes well with construction and tenders, etc. So in the current financial year, that is.
Sounds like a mistake worth correcting then, thanks.
Thank you, that's all I've got.
Thank you, Kelly. David Clendon, then Moho.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wonder if we could ask Janice just to elaborate. She read out some amendments which were quite quick, but I did hear the figure of $6 million popped up, which sounds non-trivial. I just wonder if Janice could put some context around that, what that change was. I couldn't follow your notes. Could you give us a page reference perhaps, or just elaborate a wee bit, please?
In the annual report document itself, it's on page 95. Note 25 is capital commitments, and that is all open contracts that we are committed to at the 30th of June each financial year. And last year there was a $6 million difference on the roading and footpath contract that, for whatever reason, wasn't notified to us to make in the accounts themselves. But the auditors have asked us to make that amendment to the prior year numbers because of its significance. So this is a prior year number. It doesn't alter any of our positions or any of our statements. Capital commitments are just open contracts at 30 June each year.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Moho.
Morning all. Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a few comments on page 10 of our annual report, Te Mahi Tahi Me Te Māori, working with Māori. And for starters, I'm flattered that I get actually mentioned on 3 of these bullet points. But I just wanted to highlight the fact that it isn't, I don't want anyone to think that it's just me doing all of this within our council in this space, because I know that other elected members are very much so involved in these spaces and advancing these kaupapa within our council. And bullet point 3, it says, led by Councillor Tepini, council made a decision to provide for Māori participation on council committees. That's actually incorrect, because that was led out by Councillor Stratford, who was the one who made that motion to get that over the line. So I didn't want to steal any of the thunder from her in that space, because it very much was her who had the quick know-it-all thinking to get that amendment across at our meeting. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Councillor Stratford, and look forward to continuing to advance this kaupapa about how our council genuinely engages working with Māori. I also want to acknowledge other portfolio holders who do not get the honourable mention of their name within those spaces within this annual report. But I like, for example, the mahi that Deputy Mayor Court does within her roading portfolio. She should be mentioned within this document 100 times over. We're going to start mentioning names. So I'm flattered that my name is mentioned, but I think that in future reports we can actually omit my name and just reflect what we are actually doing. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very well said, Moho. Thank you. Janice, you want to?
Could I just clarify? Do you want us to change bullet point 3 to being Councillor Stratford? Are you okay with that, Councillor Stratford?
As long as it doesn't say know-it-all, Stratford.
Oh, we'll refrain. Very good, Kelly. It's good that we can have a sense of humour at the end of the year, given that it's been a challenging year. But thank you all for those comments. I don't see any further hands up. So I intend now to put the vote. Have the vote up, please. I'm in favour. Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich.
Abstained.
Councillor Smith.
Abstained, recorded, please, Your Worship.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepania,
In favour.
Councillor Vucic.
In favour.
The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your participation. Much appreciated. I'll now ask you to turn to item 5.4 on page 121. And I will move the motion so that we can consider it. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second your worship.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Okay, the floor is open for discussion. Sean, does anyone, do you or anyone from the staff want to comment on this?
Yeah, look, that's a good offer, Your Worship. I probably won't, but I know Andy will want to just give an overview here. The news is generally good in terms of getting some traction on timeline now that we've got a better understanding of the scale of this and the resources that are required over time. I'll just remind the elected members that I know we've all got a passion for this now, but this came from nowhere a few years ago because most councils do not have the aspiration that's captured in this paper. We're doing as we do as a progressive council. We're reinventing our asset management. It's really brave, and it's taken a whole lot of extra effort to get some form around this that even we thought, but we're committed to it. Materially, we're committed to it, and psychologically, we're committed to it. So this is the best report you've seen so far in terms of quantifying the effort. But unfortunately, it's not without cost. So I'm sorry if I've stolen any of your thunder, Andy, but an intro from you. Any comments?
Through the chair, yeah. Thank you, Sean. Look, I would just refer the elected members to the paper, and we would take the paper as being read. And I do have the paper author here as well to answer questions. But I wouldn't like elected members to consider this as a program of work that is off the rails and uncontrolled. I would refer elected members that there are 4 strands to Programme Darwin, 4 strands of work, individual work streams. The first one being the integrated asset management system, which is the subject of this paper. And clearly, Sean has introduced the issues facing that. But the asset life cycle development and condition surveys, those are progressing well. And regrettably, as we're doing more and more of those, we are seeing some issues around the condition of some of our critical assets. And elected members will be aware that we're bringing some of those issues back to you for funding. The cultural change around staffing and the embedment of an asset management culture across the whole organisation is progressing well, and also the customer and stakeholder accessibility into data and data availability is progressing well. So out of the 4 work streams, this is the one that has a challenge. We also have, since Chris has arrived, a more significant project, staff project governance, with a programme steering group meeting that has representatives from across the whole of the functions of council. And as a result of that, Chris and the team have done a review around progress and deliverables across all the work streams. And out of that has come this report that gives a clear update of where we are and the challenges that are being faced around our 7,000 assets, and in particular, the time that it's taking to clean the data to go into the new asset, into the new asset management systems. The paper gives a number of options to reduce delivery timeline, and also notes that, or gives the option around resequencing the work around Three Waters, bearing in mind the amount of work that is involved in Three Water assets and the Three Water reforms. As of yesterday, there's a new risk that probably we do need to be mindful of, and elected members may have or may not have seen that the draft Three Waters reform bill was published, and what is clear coming out of that is councils will be required to second staff to support the development of a new entity. The risk for me, having read that, is the staff that are cleaning the asset data are the staff that it's going to be asked to be seconded as well. So that's just another risk that I've just flagged in terms of today. So the data cleansing is being impacted by all sorts of external factors and requirements. So that is part of the risk profile and the changing environment in which this program is being delivered. At that point, I'll probably just ask if there are any questions or whether Chris wants to comment further. Thank you.
Chris, do you want to add any comment to that at this stage? You're on mute, Chris.
Thank you, Jeff. That I think the time will probably be better spent just answering questions because I know there's a lot of questions.
There's certain there is. So I've got Councillor Court, Councillor Vucic, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foy, and Councillor Clendon. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really struggle with this report because I didn't know whether we were building an asset management plan or building a rocket ship. Because when I read things like driving process improvements through a transition to a reactive task automated work stream, I thought, I think we're building a rocket ship. So I got lost. I'm going to just put it out there. I got lost. And data cleansing, I understand, but the rest of it, I didn't. I just want to make the observation, Chris, with love and respect, when we're writing a public report, and we remember our audience are not necessarily technical gurus. I've got a question in regard to, we've been asked for an additional $2 million. That's a lot of money. It's an awful lot of money of unbudgeted expenditure. And the agenda today collectively is asking for an awful lot of unbudgeted money. And yet I only see 2 additional people in the report, workstream lead process, workstream lead stakeholders. So I'm not actually clear where all this money is going. So I'm just wondering if I can get some clarity on, like in year 1, 643,000, that's not 2 additional staff. That's a lot more than I'm not seeing. So some clarity on that, please.
Andy or Chris?
Chris?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. I think if I can perhaps refer the meeting to page 159. So at the bottom of page 159 under resourcing, there is a table. And that table actually lists out the additional resources that will be required for each of the options. So it's not just for 2 additional staff. Those 2 additional roles will be covered off by the 165,000 OPEX that we're requesting, but the remainder of it will be covered off by the CapEx expenditure, and that is captured in that table at the bottom of page 159. Does that answer the question?
No, not really, because I note on page 139, all those positions are listed there, but they're already working for the Far North District Council, so they're already having their salaries and their costs covered. So I'm confusing myself between what we're asking on 139 and the graph that you pointed out on 159.
Yes.
Because what you're saying on 139 is that the membership of Project Darwin has all of these job titles and names already on payroll. So you're actually only asking for 2 more, but they seem to have been quantified by dollar value on page 159. But I'm not seeing the correlation. Sorry if I'm not explaining this very well, because they're already working for us. So why is that an additional expense?
Yes, I think through your Chair, what we are proposing is to spin up 2 additional teams to replicate what we currently have in council. So 2 teams from outside. So in fact, what we'll be having is 3 teams all working concurrently to ensure we ramp up the execution effort. And that's why we've requested the additional funding, or most of it is captured into those additional 2 teams.
You okay, Anne? Thank you. Can we come to John Vucic, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have to admit, you would know that this is a project that I strongly wanted to see actually occur. But while this report has got a number of detail in it, I'm a little concerned about a number of things. One is it seems to be blowing out. In 2017, in fact, my first term I pushed because I noticed there's no real asset management. And in the wording, it states that of the problems of not having an asset management system, in place, which is correct. We've been amalgamated for 30 years and we haven't thought about putting it in place. I find it incredible. But then I look at this and it looks so early 2017. We had a workshop, John, in Memorial Hall. We sat down, we talked about it, we mentioned how important it was. We even said that nothing else should be done, that this be done. That's almost 5 years ago. Now we're looking at running it out to 26, 27, unless we take some of the early options and pull it forward. I've been involved in IT projects, and it's got the hallmarks of one of these IT projects that may never actually end. And I also think back, and I think this asset management is the norm. Businesses everywhere do it. Our ERP system, Tech One, has an asset management system built into it. I notice we're not doing that. We've gone out with another ERP system, which duplicates various things, and another asset management system. I don't have the confidence, it's being pushed and for so long, and I don't see the full cost. What about since 2017? What about total cost? What's it going to look like? I'm not pushing back or saying, staff, you're doing a bad job. I actually think there is a governance oversight needed, and I would suggest that with an audit of finance, we actually have a Darwin subcommittee so we can get close eyes on what's actually happening here, because I'm concerned about the risks. Andy mentioned one as well. And yep, overall, I'm not that happy with what's happening, and I don't have that confidence unless we get some serious governance oversight on this, that it's going down the right path, because I'd rather know that before committing to this extra funding. I'm not saying that sort of funding is unusual, but those are my comments. I'll leave it at that because I'm not that happy, to be honest.
Thank you, John. Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. And perhaps before I start, I know that there are 4 options in this paper and we need to make a decision on one of them. The option that I go with will depend on the answer of my question. So I'm thinking that I'd almost like to ask if you would consider suspending standing orders to allow elected members to ask their questions to ensure that their decision on the option is fully informed, because it's a massive decision. So I request that you suspend standing orders for this item, just so that we can speak more than once. So that I can ask questions. Thank you.
No, this is probably one of the most important documents that we've had before us for a long time. So I'm very happy to allow more than one, Rachel. I think it's important that we all understand what the hell we're talking about here.
Thank you, Your Worship.
If you want the seconder, I can, though.
Okay.
Do we need to move a motion?
I think we can just assume that the chair is going to allow more than one question.
Thank you. The reasoning that I have asked for that is I support Anne's comments. And Chris, I appreciate this is a really robust report, but I did not understand a lot of it. It left me wanting, looking for some information, especially around lost opportunity cost. And that is the conversation that we have around the table. It's not so much about the delivery of Program Darwin, it's the impact that it's having on the day-to-day for our organisation and how that flows into communities. It's no secret that I am a big champion for development contributions charges. and we have a paper coming to us, item 5.6 today, to make a decision on pushing that out to the next LTP. So my question actually for today is very specific. Which of these options will ensure that the resolution that we will look to adopt later on in this meeting to adopt a development contributions policy charges with the 2024-34 LTP, which of these options will ensure that that happens? Because when I look at the recommended option that is for phase 1 to be completed by October 2023, I'm not sure what of phase 1 is required to adopt that policy and whether or not October 2023 is sufficient to ensure that that is captured in time to put together development contributions to adopt it into the LTP. So what I'm looking for is some assurance that the left hand is talking to the right hand and that we are passing resolutions that are empowering and geared for success. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Through the chair, probably it's unfair for Chris to be able to answer that one. It's more of a policy and a process type response. So Programme Darwin was kicked off around managing our assets, and some elected members will recall that we have historically used age-based asset management planning, and that was the discussion around the justification for developing a program and a new asset management system. The fact that we were age-based meant that we made really no assessment when putting together programs of work around what the actual condition of an asset was before actually deciding whether we needed to renew or replace it. And that was, part of the business case of investing the money. As I've previously highlighted, the condition survey work is progressing really, really well, and we are getting a lot more condition information, and that's starting to inform our renewal process. So we are getting better at asset management. So it's not a bad news story. And I previously highlighted that we actually understand what renewals we need to do and why we need to do them a lot more than just an automatic. It's reached the end of its design life, therefore we're going to replace it. The development contribution conversation is slightly different, and development contribution does take a small nod towards condition, but is largely around capacity and growth. And the calculation of whether a development contribution is applicable is what is the growth in a particular area, and does the infrastructure have the capacity to meet that growth? That to some extent is largely isolated from Programme Darwin, because the asset management team are also doing capacity modelling for Three Waters. And the district transport strategy is working in Kerikeri around growth and demand for roading. So that is almost a separate and parallel conversation. So I think the two can be, whilst there is a tenuous link between the two, any delay in one does not necessarily create a delay in the second.
Thank you. Rachel, you've got further questions?
I think I need to mull them over in my mind. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'll come back to you then. We'll come to Felicity, please.
Thank you, Worship. Kia ora tātou. I've got a number of questions. I've been saving my questions for this paper this morning. So thank you, Andy. I'm not sure if Chris can answer my questions though, but the timelines that we were given, I'm not sure what we've been doing since 2017 actually on this project. The timeline didn't, give us that information, and I'm not sure that we were given all the information about when we chose Infor for our asset management system, that this will be a risk and a significant cost to us, instead of us, choosing another asset management system that we could have the data readily available. I'm well aware that we have the huge, ginormous paper asset management, booklets. But I find it strange that we haven't progressed until we've sort of done somewhat of a haka to get this before us today. So I don't know what cleansing data means in the context, but I do know that a district plan is not a surprise. I do know that latent capacity of a brand new Kerikeri wastewater treatment plant and treatment reticulation, I'm not sure why the information is not at hand. I'm not sure why the area of benefit maps are not reflective, of the latent capacity information that we do have. And then we haven't done a review of that or have a connections policy. The one thing Andy did not talk about development contributions or asset management is the risk to provision of housing and lack of asset management data that will constrict all of our development and therefore all of our housing in the middle of a housing crisis. Do you have any response about how this project will prioritise works to ensure we know the latent capacity of our growth areas to enable us to do an area of benefit change to allow a connections policy for houses to happen?
Through the chair, again, probably that doesn't sit within Chris's remit. I'd refer Councillor Foy to page 150 of the council agenda that details the work that's been undertaken so far to date on the implementation of the asset management system. And again, I'd refer Councillor Foy to my previous statements around how well the condition surveys and other strands to this programme have been progressing. But in terms of the implementation of the asset management system, there has been a significant amount of work done in terms of implementation of a system. What we're effectively talking about today is the data cleansing, and I think there was a graphic. I'm just trying to find the page. Page 153 that tries to put in layman's terms the complexity of data cleansing and data migration. And it is very, very labour intensive and very, very does require a significant amount of work to do well. So I think those are the two things. So there has been a lot of work done since 2017. In terms of latent capacity, then Councillor Foy will be aware we have had conversations between us around the work that the asset management team are doing around capacity modelling, and I have outlined to Councillor Foy that we are working with our colleagues in SPP around what the district plan looks like and identifying the growth areas, and then looking to pull together a package of infrastructure works that will allow us to accommodate that growth for future years. Clearly, what we will be asking our colleagues in SPP is clearly define what that growth looks like and the areas that growth is going to take place and the timing of that growth, so that we actually can do the modelling around what the infrastructure response to that growth and where it's going to occur and the timing will be, and that's a piece of work that's ongoing at the moment. There is also a conversation around do we change the area of benefit to match the urban zones within the district plan, and again we would need to understand timings and of intensification or expansion, so that we can actually model what the infrastructure needs to for that will be. So I think it's a piece of work that requires not only the finance team, but the SPP district plan team and my asset team to work collaboratively together to get the answer that Councillor Foy is looking for. And I've previously indicated that for Kerikeri and Kaikoa, we were probably 6 to 9 months away from that.
Thank you. Felicity?
Thanks for that, Andy. And you're right there. The one page I've got pulled up on my screen is page 150 because I'm looking at timelines. I feel like as an elected member, this is something I should have kept my eye on and asked for timelines since 2017 to ensure deliverables. So what I'll be asking as part of what Councillor Vucic has raised is a timeline of delivery for each system, for each water, for example, sewage from Kirikiri, as a separate water asset, water from Kirikiri. And then I'll have a timeline of deliverables for each area that should be ranked priority in terms of growth. So thank you for giving this timeline. I'll just give you a heads up that I'll be asking for another timeline that's more specific, that's relative to each reticulation in our asset, which should be prioritised for outputs for growth areas so that we can strike that development contribution in a timely manner.
Thank you, Felicity. David Clendon.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, it's a difficult paper. I mean, there's always an issue when you've got a technical project and decisions are required of people who may not necessarily be have that level of technical understanding. Just a very small example, you know, this table on page 150 tells us between September and 13 and September 15, pathway integration dev to IPS dev dash RFS. And I think that's probably not a phrase that would flow from the tongue and be understood at the average pub conversation. I guess what I'm suggesting, we've been offered 4 options, and I just wonder if we ought not to look at a perhaps more radical option. There's a bit of a history, both in public sector and private sector, of technology-based projects that take on a life of their own and just become demanding of more resources, and maybe we lose sight of what the original goal was. We're told in the first paragraph that we started out in 2018 to implement an asset management system, and now that's evolved into a program to deliver a comprehensive enhanced asset management capability. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the subtle difference is between those two things, except that it appears to be several years and many millions of dollars. So frankly, I am looking for a 5th option. We've offered 4 options with a cost unbudgeted fund, extra fund, between $1.9 and $3.9 million, depending on how much time we want to take off the current 8-year program to complete this project. I wonder if a 5th option is to draw a line under this project and to consider what we want to achieve and just go back to the drawing board. As I understand it, the project was originally, so I take Andy's point, age-related asset assumptions about asset condition are seldom going to be accurate. Most of, well, I would again assume that the most difficult assets to determine in terms of their condition would be the underground assets, which are mostly Three Waters related, which in a couple of years are not going to be our problem anyway. So I really question whether the time may have come to tie ho on this and just to start again. And that might sound radical, but I do, as I say, there is this history of this. I recall the police, New Zealand Police, some years ago now, invested something over $100 million in a comprehensive computer system to run all of their operations, and ultimately had to abandon ship on that project. It simply wasn't going to work for them. So I just wonder, at what point do you say enough is enough? Because my fear is, frankly, and I think John may have referenced or implied this too, are we going to be in a situation in another 2 or 3 years where we haven't quite got there yet, we need another couple of $1 million in another 2 years? How much is enough? So that's, I guess, the challenge and the proposition I'll put out there.
Thank you. Thank you, David. That obviously is a matter that we as elected members will need to consider. Rachel, do you want to come? Rachel, the floor is yours.
Thanks, John. I'm going to refer to one of my infamous post-it notes. This is my favourite one at the moment. Land use planning plus financial planning plus infrastructure planning. Land use planning, our district planning team have got that in the bag. They are doing a phenomenal job considering all of the goalposts that are being shifted. We have got that in the bag. We know what we need to do to enable the outcomes that we're looking to achieve. Mokopuna decisions for future generations of this district. Financial planning, I think it was Councillor Foy yesterday, referred to Janice, our CFO, as the Queen of the Council. We've got that in the bag. It's become apparent to me after the response to my question before, I still don't understand what this project is going to get the ratepayers of the Far North. I don't understand what outcomes we are going to achieve. What I do know is that right now we're not geared to respond to climate change because we don't know what our assets look like and where they are. We cannot adopt development contributions charges because we do not plan for growth. We don't know what those costs look like, and we cannot build a defendable policy right now. We are about to notify a district plan with significant intensification, which is fantastic. It is the thing that we need to do for this district, but we do not know that we have the capacity to respond to that, and we're gearing ourselves up for failure. So while I appreciate this report, I also appreciate the sentiments that Councillor Clendon has just raised, because from an outcome point of view, my understanding is this project impacts literally every piece of mahi that we do in this organisation, but I don't understand how that happens, and I don't understand what we need to do to ensure that that is happening in the time frame that we need it to. Because 2024, I've talked about 2024 before, and the significance of that with all the reforms, with our loss of localism potentially, with our Three Waters reform, RMA reform, everything that's going to hit us in 2024, we are not currently geared to put our best foot forward. So I know that I've taken a tangent from this report and the decision making that's in front of me, but I think what I'm trying to say is I no longer feel equipped to be making that decision because I don't understand what outcomes that significant investment on behalf of the ratepayer is actually going to achieve across the organisation. All I know is it's going to give us a whole lot of technical stuff, and I'm with Councillor Clendon. Unfortunately, from a governance point of view, that doesn't mean a lot to me. So I'm still left wanting, and I don't know that I feel that I'm in a position to A, ask the questions that I need to ask, to be in the position to make a decision, and B, make that decision today. Thank you.
I'll jump the queue and comment, Your Worship.
Yes, sure.
Because I think that's a really strong encapsulation of the problem here. We don't very often bring to our council such a technical proposition, and it's a little unsolvable, that gap. The best way for us to describe this is that we do have an asset management system, and so does every council. It's arcane. It doesn't give you the functionality that you need. There is a lot of investment in the system already. We didn't just stitch together a sort of a proposal. The sunk cost on this is not irretrievable. If Councillor Clendon sees us pulling out, it's not going to break the bank. But in terms of staff and finance and software and the progress of the project so far, we're well down the track, and we've got to a point now we understand what we need to finish the job. But all of the sounds I'm hearing elected members make, that is that rather than have a vehicle which they just run into the ground and all of a sudden a tyre doesn't get, this is an analogy, sorry, but we get tyre gets bald and someone tells you, and then you've got to go and try and find the money to fix it. And then the car breaks down on the side of the road and you wonder why. Turns out that the carburetor actually should have been maintained a year ago but wasn't. That's the way we're running 70,000 assets worth 2.1 billion now. I'm overstating it, and I'm insulting our asset managers who actually do quite well with what they've got. But this system is about every component of that car being identified in a list, and its life cycle from when you buy it to when you retire it being planned for the first time ever. And for us to say that for that tyre, it's going to need replacing in 2.5 years' time, let's put the money away now. And for the carburetor, likewise, to be on a schedule, so that we've got, for the first time, whole of life cycle costing for the vehicle and all its components. We constantly monitor the asset condition of each of the key elements, which we don't do with any fidelity at the moment. We maintain things on schedule rather than on condition. And ultimately, for Felicity and Rachel in particular, we've got an understanding of the capacity of our system, current and forecast through modelling, because we're looking at the entire inventory with those questions foremost in mind. This is a really good system, and I'm to go back to where I started and finish here, everyone in the room is forgiven for being uncomfortable with the detail of a system this technical. Councillor Clennon, this is not insists from the police. I remember it well. We learned a lot about it, people in our trade. This is Infor, and for the few councils in the country who've been brave enough to go to the next the next evolution in really good asset management, this is the system of choice. It has been raced, rallied and rolled in other councils, much bigger than ours, much more complex than ours. The team have got us on a really good trajectory. But today's a wake-up call about what the investment involves. I don't think it breaks the bank. I know it's testing. I'm not sure how we're going to vote. But the bit that worries me is if we don't do this, what is the future? Because it won't answer the questions you need for development contributions or prudent maintenance of your asset base. So I'll retire on that point, but I'm hoping you feel optimistic about what's in front of you for the capability it will give you rather than for the detail that you shouldn't really be expected to fully understand.
Thank you, Sean. I'll take Anne and then Kelly and then John. And then
I've been
Rachel.
waiting for some time and I have a solution, Mr. Chair.
Okay, John. All right, John. I thought I saw Anne's hand, but then one.
You did
I'll
see.
go after Anne.
Beg your pardon, sorry, Anne.
You did see my hand.
Yes, I did.
Your Worship, I'm actually going to ask if we can just leave this one to lie on the table and that the elected members have a workshop. I appreciate that we're in a council meeting today, but there is so much devil in the detail that we need to get our heads around that I don't think we can do it justice today. Questions I have, for example, and I've been an elected member for a very long time, and I just heard the Chief Executive say this is the next evolution in asset management planning. This is the vehicle of choice. And with respect, I've heard that before. I've heard that pitch before when elected members have put significant amounts of money into asset management systems, and we do have them in-house. I need to be satisfied that this is actually going to be the right vehicle. I'm mindful that we've heard from Andy on Three Waters reform. That's being funded by the Crown. So why are we looking to understand that here and ask the ratepayers to fund that? I'm not clear on that. We have RAM, which is the recognised system for roads. We have no legal authority to work outside of RAM. That's the instrument that's funded. So what are we looking to capture in here? So there's just all of these different questions that are floating around in my head. And I think about how I'm just about had to sacrifice my firstborn to get somebody to fund the development of sports and recreation in the far north. And here we want $2 million. And with love and respect, the report's misleading. It says we can do this all in-house. Then the graph on page 139 talks about 2 vacancies, but the graph on 159 actually only funds 1. So there's a whole bunch of questions that we need to sit down with people like Chris and people like Andy and all the subject experts around the room and really have a dumpster dive into this so we're clear on what it is we're voting for, because we're not in that position today. Thank you, Your Worship.
So, Deputy Mayor, are you looking to move an amendment?
If you'll take an amendment at this time, but I don't want to gazump the fact that my colleague John still wishes to speak.
Okay, all right, I'll take, Kelly, do you mind if I take John or do you want to go first?
I think I'll go first because I have.
You haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, and I haven't spoken, thanks. I really appreciate the report, and I found, Chris, your technical report in the back was really, really awesome and comprehensive. Thank you very much. And I just want to acknowledge all the work that has been done, all the asset management work that has been done. I think maybe because I'm Three Waters portfolio holder and, you know, have a understanding of how systems like this work, I do have a great appreciation of the massive job and some of the challenges that you guys have had in trying to implement the aspirations of what Project Darwin encompasses. I do agree with Deputy Mayor Court in her first comments that she made around making the information understandable. And I think that what's in the main, the attachment is simple and easy to understand, but what's been summarised in the front report isn't. And it made me really appreciate that the reason that we need to have asset management system is for our community, because they understand more than we do what needs doing and why. They're the ones that are using the services now. They're the ones that are interested in how much this is going to cost and the fallback if we don't do something about this now, because it's just as Councillor Smith usually says, kicking the can down the road. If we don't invest in this today, we're likely creating more problems or compounding future problems for our future ratepayers, and we're not getting any closer to achieving the outcomes that we're trying to achieve in our long-term plan that we agree to every 3 years, but it's 10-year plan. So I actually don't know out of which options out of 2, 3 or 4, but I am leaning more to what the staff recommendation is, because there has been work done and it's a journey, asset management, and there was a report done in 2010 of all local authorities, and what I can see our council doing today is exactly what the recommendations of that report concluded, and that was what Andy summarised. So we've got the system, we're getting some life cycle and condition surveys. It's a cultural change, embedding of the asset management culture across the entire organisation, and that's why we've got Janice. Every department is in the tent. Perhaps what's missing is a champion from elected members to help bridge the gap of understanding and perhaps keep things on track, and connect to the community better, the people who pay the bills, the ratepayers. So I fully understand the reservations that my colleagues have, but I don't see it from their side. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. John.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just leave my video off? I'm having real technical problems, and I don't know if you heard me last time.
We know what you look like.
Yeah, so thank you. Look, to me, this is not technical, but I can understand it's a technical document, and quite frankly, Chris is in a lose-lose situation because he's trying to give the detail and he has to go technical, like configure FNDC IPSDF. Now, which is probably meaning the Info Public Sector Suite and the dev environment. And that's fine. I can understand all of that and why it's needed. But what really my comment is similar to Councillor Court's comment, which is saying that gives governance the assurance that it's on track. And looking at this doesn't really need it. We need a better Gantt chart. I agree with Councillor Foy on that, which is hitting on what classes of assets we're putting in and when, including the dev environments and the and the production environments as well. But what I would suggest is, rather than put it on hold, how about we set up again a governance champion, if you like, and I would suggest again under a committee, under the risk committee, where certain individuals can be on that have a better understanding, and not just elected members, but any elected members, so that we can keep eyes on the project so it doesn't hinder it, but it can proceed. As our CE mentioned, it is, I think he summed up the difficulties that are being had there. If that was done, I'd have the confidence that we are proceeding correctly and delivering information back in governance speak, so to speak. I do have some questions though. I see, for example, 2018, I believe if I remember correctly, because I was following this, the software was installed. There's a GIS technical integration piece, for example, which is quite long. I know others, I would have thought that when you selected your software, you would look at what was there. Tech One, for example, exists with the Court of the Council, and the GIS is already integrated. So those questions I have, but I'm not going to not waste time, but spend more time on staff answering that. I'd like them to give me those answers plus others that I actually have. But my solution, Mr. Mayor, is look at setting up a subcommittee, say for that governance champion, if you like, Kelly, and just keep eyes on it, and then proceed with caution, and certainly to raise any risks that are coming along. I think the technical side of it would appreciate that as well. That's my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Rachel? I see your hand up.
I think Councillor Foy was
Did
first.
everybody hear me, or have I gone quiet?
No, we've got you, John. You're good. We can all
I may
hear.
have lost you guys.
No, we've got you. We've got you, John. Felicity.
Thank you, Worship.
Was I?
Yeah, we heard you, John.
Was I heard?
Yeah, you're
Thank
all
you.
good. Yep.
I've put some text in the chat. Basically, thank you for answering my question, and I wholly agree with Anne that I don't feel that elected members have had time to absorb this. I agree that Three Waters is coming. They're going to have their own asset management system from the far north all the way down to Auckland if their current model proceeds. We don't know if they're going to use Infor. So why are we trying to put all this information about Three Waters into Infor when it might all get chucked out? I'm not sure if we've been given any direction about that from central government. You know, that's not under our control. But what is under our control is that we still need to do land use planning, as Rachel said. You know, we still need to ensure that we have sufficient income in order to pay for our infrastructure projects before Three Waters and local government reform. Those things aren't on this timeline. You know, this timeline is in its own little silo that just relates to Project Darwin and it being, you know, this flashy thing that is going to work like other councils have got. But that's all getting chucked out, you know, supposedly from central government. So the amendment that I've put in the chat, and I can, you know, annotate that, purely relates to the information that we need short term in order to plan for growth. When I say plan for growth, I mean do land use planning and subdivision with the minimum of information that we need. I'll read what it says, and I guess Andy can respond. I'm not asking that we do this by January. I'm asking for a timeline so that we know the milestones, because, you know, we've got to be realistic. So the amendment is that a timeline of milestones, so outputs, is provided about the latent capacity and area of benefit review, so where people can connect or not, in each of our wastewater and water treatment plants and reticulations in each township. And that timeline is to be provided by January 2022. As we've already heard, Andy already has some of those sort of general timelines, so he might already know that off the top of his head, or Helen. But I think, well, I'm aware that that's not transparent. You know, it's only what I've heard from me asking questions. That should be apparent to all of the other councillors. And I feel like we should treat Project Darwin different in all of its technical detail and, you know, fancy words and fancy data cleansing to basic latent capacity, area of benefit modelling and mapping.
Okay, thank you, Felicity. And there's three other hands up, which I'll take in a minute. But I also, we've probably had sufficient discussion on this. John Vucic has made a recommendation also, which, along with your suggested amendment, Felicity, I would suggest that we establish a working group, for want of a better description, of 2 or 3 councillors to work with Andy and Chris and staff, so that we make sure that this works at that level, because otherwise we'll have these debates every time it comes up at council meeting. So I'm going to take Kelly, and I saw Andy. Andy, do you want to comment before Kelly speaks, or?
Through the chair, I was just wondering, noting Councillor Foy's suggested resolution, whether that would be more appropriate for a different paper, bearing in mind that my previous comment that the capacity issue is to some extent largely divorced from Programme Darwin. Programme Darwin is a condition led solution.
Okay, all right. Thank you for those comments, Kelly. And I did see one other hand up, but Kelly, do you want to comment again, please?
I just was clarifying that whether the suggested amendments were in addition to the recommendation on the table, please.
So these is the suggested recommendations. One is Felicity's, the others is John's. Is that the 2 you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I was also going to check in on whether that was relevant to this paper, the latent capacity question.
Yeah. So I think sorry, go on. Somebody wanted to comment.
Yeah, Mayor Carter.
Andy, yep.
I just want to ask Sean. Sean, Programme Darwin, is it used by other councils throughout New Zealand? And has it been a success, or is it just us?
Programme Darwin's our name for it, because we're evolving from something that's quite rudimentary to something that's quite advanced, Maddie. So no one else has a Darwin.
Right.
But what Darwin's made up of is absolutely industry tested. This team's made a really good selection, Councillor Maddie. What we're buying into is a bit like, I don't know, when VHS and Beta came out, everyone decided we'd go to VHS. Some people end up with a Beta unit, which is now in the rubbish dump. But the right system to buy into is Infor, and we're committed to that. Unless you're about to put us on hold, we are heading in the right direction with the world-class system.
And Infor is being used by other councils, as I understand it. John Bede just put a statement on it. So look, we're at the stage now where we need to make a decision, because I think we've probably talked long enough on this. Just as well I did suspend standing orders to allow that to happen. My instinct tells me that we do need to establish a councillor working party, as been suggested by John Vucic. I do think we need to make a resolution, otherwise we'll be back here next year and the year after making the same sort of comments again and not getting anywhere. So I think unless, Anne, you wanted to move your suggested amendment of letting it lie on the table and have a workshop, I'm not sure where you are on that, Anne.
Right.
Let's run it. I'll move that the matter lie on the table.
Okay, do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. It's moved and seconded. I don't think we need any discussion on it. So
I'd like to move my amendment as an amendment as well. I'd like that added to the resolution, because our district plan is being notified in May. We had no time to wait.
Thank you, Felicity. I think we'll take them as separate amendments or separate resolutions, because yours doesn't. So if this lies on the table, then we'll also take yours as a separate item, if that's okay. I think it's better that they stay separate. Okay, so I'm going to put the vote on the matter lie on the table. We have the vote up, please. Thank you. I'm opposed. Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Smith. Rachel.
Support, Your Worship.
Yes, Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Tepania.
Your Worship, just a quick question. Voting for this, the other foreshadowed amendments will still be voted on because the.
Correct. If this becomes, this matter will lie on the table, and then we will, I'll have a look at what the other amendments are. Because if this lies on the table, then basically it means we'll be having a workshop early in the new year to consider the whole issue, including other amendments, other directions, etc.
I'm in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
I'm against it.
Okay, as on my count, it's carried. So the matter will lie on the table. Felicity, I did say that you could put your amendment in regard to your suggestion. Can you please put your amendment there?
Thank you, Rich. I'm happy to move. It's on the screen now, I believe. Can you see it?
Press the timeline. Okay. Do we have a second of Felicity's motion, please?
Can we also put Councillor Vucic's?
Oh, would you like to take them together? Can you just move the vote away, please?
Oh, I don't know.
I think we'll take them separately, Kelly, please.
Okay, all right.
So it's moved, Councillor Foy. Do I have a seconder, please? Do I have a seconder for Felicity's?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Pardon?
I'm happy to second.
You're okay, all right. Don't think we need any further discussion on it. Can we have the vote up, please? Oh, sorry, Rachel, you wanted to talk?
Thank you, Your Worship. My concern with this is the January 2022, acknowledging that we literally break for Christmas today, and that I'm concerned that that's an unrealistic expectation. I support this absolutely in principle, but my concern is around the January 2022. So I'm not sure if either the mover wants to respond to that or if staff are able to.
Felicity, would you agree to that being February rather than January?
Thank you, Worship. I was expecting Andy to respond on behalf of staff about that date, so that would be nice if he was able to respond.
To the chair, the concern echoes my concern, so I would respectfully ask for a February date.
February, okay. Thank you. Felicity, are you happy to change that to February?
Yes, I'm happy to change.
Okay, all right. Can we have the vote up, please? Just change January to February and then with vote.
Your Worship, can we also just confirm the seconder is happy with that amendment?
Moko, are you happy with that? Moko?
Sorry, I'm happy with that. I did a thumbs up. I don't know if you can see me. I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have the vote.
Your Worship, I had my hand up. And
I beg your pardon, Anne. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
I just want to come back to this is just requesting a timeline. That's all it is. It's actually not asking for the latent capacity study. It's just a timeline. I don't see that work taking 12 months. Oh, 1 month. Sorry.
No, it's next year. It's early next year. Yeah. Okay, can we have the vote up, please?
Councillor Vucic has his hand up too. I'm not sure if it's a legacy.
John, do you want to talk about this specifically?
No, that's a legacy. I put it in the chat to follow on with a motion of the subcommittee.
All right, we'll have the vote, please. I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clendon?
Support.
Councillor Foy?
Support.
Councillor Radich?
Against.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepania?
Total court support.
Councillor Vucic?
It's carried.
Yeah, are you in favour?
No.
You're against. Okay, thank you. The motion is carried. The next motion is that we form a working party of 3 elected members. John, can we add in there? Oh, hang on.
Yes.
Reporting. Yes. 3 elected members to et cetera, et cetera. Can you agree to that amendment? Are you moving this?
Yeah, I am, and staff.
I'll second it. Right, did you want to make comment on this specifically?
Um,
On
my
this amendment specifically?
Yeah, on the amendment, the reason for this is this is a critical project. We need it, and so many things touch this project. And and while I agree with my colleagues and they have that same concerns, and it is technical, I think if we did set up a technical governance subcommittee, we can address on it. So that's my.
Thank you.
Yeah.
David, do you want us to talk to this specifically?
Yeah, just correct wording. John, I think, intended that there be staff on that group as well, and that I don't think.
Yes.
Working group to work with staff.
Yeah, well, it doesn't actually say that at the moment.
Okay, all right. Working group to work with staff. Can we have that added?
With the CEO, if I might, I'll arrange.
Yeah,
all
working
the
with the
you need.
staff. Yeah, with the CEO. Okay, thank you. Councillor agree that a working group to work with the CEO. Can we have those words in there, please?
And your worship, myself and Councillor Smith.
Just hang on. Let's get the wording in. Just hold on.
Hands up.
Councillor agree that a working group to work with the CEO. That's right. Thank you. Kelly, you wanted to make a comment? Or
Yeah,
was it
just
you,
wanted
Aisha,
to
wanted to
point
make a comment? Sorry. Aisha, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in terms of the establishment of a subcommittee, you would need to also adopt a terms of reference. So at this stage, my recommendation would just be to signal that you'd like to establish a subcommittee, and then we'll bring back to you at the next available meeting a draft terms of reference for adoption to formalise that group.
John?
Yeah, this is fairly urgent. So how long will that be? Yeah. I agree with Aisha that terms of reference would be the smart thing to do in terms of what is being done and what we feed. What is our purpose and what are we feeding back to council or to subcommittee or to other committees.
So let's just add in there, John, that and a terms of reference be developed.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Just at the conclusion, okay, or somewhere in there that's appropriate. I'm happy to second that. Sorry, Kelly, were you making comment? I'm sorry. And
yes.
then David's got his hand up as well. Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. At our Tuesday meeting, we had the paper on Te Pū o Te Wheke and the library for Kaikohe, and I think that is an example of how having someone, working with staff from a level of governance can help, get things across the line. So, I support this resolution.
Thank you. David Clinton, your hand's gone now, David. Okay, let's put the motion, please put the vote up. I'm in favour. Deputy Mayor?
In favour.
Councillor Clinton? Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Radich?
Abstained.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepania?
In favour.
Councillor Vucic?
In favour.
Councillor Clinton? Has David gone off here?
I think I voted already, John, but I'll vote twice.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So that's passed. That's carried. Okay. Now, so we're now at the situation where we're going to do terms of reference. So now we need to come back to the substantive motions recommendation still. Am I correct? Can someone just advise me on that?
Your Worship, I believe because the original motion was left to lie.
Yes.
That the following two motions were on their own, so we don't need to do a substantive motion.
Okay, so just take me back to the motion passed by. Of course, it was left to lie on the table. Okay,
left to
so that's
yes.
Good. So we've dealt with it. We've added two things into it. So that's completed for now, and we will progress. Thank you all very much. Has been a very useful discussion. We'll now thank you all, and we will now go to item 5.5 on page 121.
Page 160, Your Worship.
I beg your pardon. Yes, thank you. Page 160. Thank you very much. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Happy to move, Your Worship.
Thank you, Rachel. Is there a seconder, please?
Well, I'll second it. No one else?
Yep.
Thank you. Right, it's moved and seconded. Rachel, do you wish to make comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. As a member of the Working Party for the Kirikiri Domain Project and the sufferer of many grey hairs over the process that we've been through with this, I'm really happy to support this today, and I want to thank the author of the report for bringing it to us, acknowledging the collaboration work at a community level that's involved in bringing a report such as this to the table. On behalf of the Working Party, we support the installation of an RSA memorial wall and acknowledge that we don't currently have a home for our RSA, and because of that they have really struggled with their membership and with getting momentum going simply because they don't have a place to identify with. So I really want to recognise how important it is for our communities to be enabled and empowered to have these memorial walls. I support the additional operation budget of $5,000 per annum in particular. I do want to highlight to Council, though, that this will be an ongoing conversation as part of the Domain Reserve Management Plan implementation and what the ongoing management of that looks like and how we enable community to be delivering those outcomes from a localism point of view. So I just want to highlight that to elected members, that conversation is ongoing, and in an ideal world, my hope is that $5,000 will not be needed because community will pick this up, but that is a conversation for another day. What I would like to just highlight to Council, however, there is a map within this report that indicates the location of the wall. That particular location, or that specific location, is yet to be agreed on by the Working Party. And I know that David Clamp, championing this work, will be meeting with us on site early in the new year just to sign that off in partnership with the community group. So I don't see that needing to be acknowledged in the resolution, but I just wanted to note that to Council, being that decision making on the domain does currently sit with Council and is not delegated other than the terms of reference to the Working Party. So I would ask that Council just acknowledge that in their decision making. But that's probably enough that I've got to say. Happy to support this today and implore that our members empower our RSA to deliver this project after a substantial amount of money that they've put into it in collaboration with Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. John, a seconder, do you want to make comment? Otherwise, I'll go to Belinda.
I think go to the others just for time's sake. I support it, obviously.
Belinda.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I'm just trying to get things working here. I would like to ask Council to consider holding off on this, and I would like to refer you to the Arts and Memorials and Public Places policy that you have. I think you're jumping a few steps here. If you look up the policy and where we sit with memorials, you actually have a responsibility to ensure that you manage and maintain this anyway. It's clearly referred to as a landscape feature in the policy, and all requests for installation of memorials and public places will be reported to the appropriate community board. I'm receiving emails and being lobbied already in relation to this. We have, as a board, obviously been involved in the consultation process of the Kirikiri Domain Management Plan. I do not sit on that Working Party committee, but I do get the minutes, and I have left it to the Kirikiri representatives to actually work on this and resolve this within their community. However, this, as Councillor Smith said, still currently sits as a district-wide asset, and I believe the policy should still adhere to that, even though it will become a community board delegation. So as chair, I would be expecting to see a comprehensive report come to the community board prior to entering into a memorandum of understanding. It's quite complex. We don't have a report with all the history. The board is not up on the play with this. There are 2 trust committees, I believe, and an executive committee, and in their own admission, they say it causes a lot of confusion for external organisations and the community, I quote. The memorandum of understanding, I'm not aware of how many we have on our memorials, but I'm wondering what the purpose of it is for, bearing in mind that it is not a legally enforceable agreement, and will it set a precedent for all our other memorials and public places, in particular RSAs and ex-servicemen's clubs that we have. I can't find the database, so if someone could please refer me to the in the policy, clause 4, council will maintain a public memorial database and a heritage asset in the recreation activity management plan. So I would like to see the database. I'd like to know within our ward, I see this is going to be charged as a ward rate. I would like to see what other memorials we actually have on that database, because in our subdivision areas, and I have brought this up recently in relation to an issue in Russell about moving a park bench that was covered in memorials, as to where the database was and what sort of responsibility we have. I know the policies are all under review and a lot of them are outdated, but I can't just sort of sit here and see something that hasn't come to the board. We haven't even seen the final design of what this wall's going to look like. We've seen a concept plan and design. I'm not sure what's going to be on it. There's talk of flagpoles and things, and the location is still to be confirmed, excuse me, as Councillor Smith said. So bearing all that in mind, I think you're putting the cart before the horse here, and there's a lot of lobbying going on from where I'm sitting. So I would just like the council to reflect on this and ask you why a memorandum of understanding is actually required when we have a policy that, if it were fit for purpose, we shouldn't be needing to do this other than looking at perhaps a few dollars in our parks and reserves budget when it comes to delegation down to the community board. And that hasn't happened, and we don't know what the final product's going to look like yet. And the board might turn around and jump up and down and say, actually, you know what, we don't want this. So I'm asking you, it's not about the RSA, it's about the principle. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. Anne, can we come to you? And then I've got Kelly, David and Rachel.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't expecting that, so it might change my question. I guess I'm just wondering, I'm aware that as a previous member of the RSA, that there's national funding available for memorials, and there's national funding available for the maintenance of memorials. And I'm just wondering if that avenue had been pursued. That's my question, but before it's answered, I just would like some clarity on the delegation to the Kerikeri Domain Working Party. If we're going to honour the delegations, do we constantly want to have to write reports that go further and further and further up the food chain of life to get these things resolved, or can we just be a little bit more pragmatic? And I don't say that to be disrespectful to the community board, but I understood that we had delegated all of this to the working party and that they were working within their mandate. So if they are, and Rachel will be best placed to answer that question, then we should let it sit at that point. War memorials, really, really important part of our history and our culture, and respect and recognition to everybody that enabled us to sit here today and have our democratic say. So fully in support of this awesome project. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the Kerikeri RSA members that had sought funding from the Returned Services Men's Association for New Zealand to get the funding for this wall, and the back and forth thing that there has been to get to the design that they have in a public space. And I don't want to hamper this any further. It doesn't need any more delay, but I do want to I'm not sure that we needed a line in this report saying 5,000, because council already looks like maintains and is supposed to clean a number of RSA memorial sites before services already across the district. And yeah, I'm not sure. I do have a spreadsheet that I got during the LTP, as we're building the LTP over the last 12 months. I can't find the spreadsheet, Belinda, but I'll ask Janice for another copy of it, and we'll see if war memorials are on there, because council owns them now. They're on council land, and they have to make sure that they're clean. So as long as all that has been taken into consideration, I support this. But I guess, like, I see the memorandum of understanding or whatever as an avenue of building that respectful relationship between the Kirikiri RSA and council. And yeah, I recognise that the domain is still within the purview of council and not the community board yet. Yeah, so thank you for your comments, Member Ward. I hadn't thought about what you'd raised, but I think that, and I respectfully, I know how it feels being on the community board when council, seemingly does something, but I think we've got to look at the big picture and not slow this down. Kia ora.
Thank you. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I do support the recommendation. And I hear Belinda, and I understand, yes, I do sit in on the community board, and I know there's some unease about that policy, which most often relates to things like park benches with memorial plaques and so on, and they're important, but they also need to be managed. I do think this is an exceptional case. The domain is the only reserve in the district that is deemed to be of district-wide importance, which does put it in a slightly different category. I also sit on the working group for the domain project, and it has long been understood that the RSA should be enabled and supported to put their wall there, given that they no longer have a bricks and mortar home in Kirikiri, and that the design will be sympathetic to the domain and to the needs of the RSA. So acknowledging Belinda's concerns, I do think we need to press on with this, and also echoing Rachel's comment that the exact location is not yet quite determined, though we do have a pretty clear idea of approximately where it will sit. So I'm supportive of it. I do question, though, I have to say, the figure of $5,000. I mean, essentially it's a stone wall that'll have some engraving or some plaques on it. $100 a week every week of the year, that seems like an awful lot of money to maintain a stone wall. So I sometimes wonder where these numbers come from, and I'd be interested to hear a comment on why we anticipate it would cost $5,000 to maintain this asset once it's in place. That seems like an extraordinary amount of money to me, but putting that aside, I do support the recommendation.
Thank you. Rachel.
Your Worship, would we be able to just have a response to Councillor Clendon's question, please?
Okay. Sean, Andy.
Through the chair, I don't know, David, whether you want to comment, but in terms of the estimate of ongoing maintenance, then clearly staff have a concern around vandalism and spray painting. Not sure what the prevalence of that is, but there is a risk there, and we've priced in some risk around the vandalism risk, not just the cleaning and general maintenance.
Also to go with that as well, there's going to be the raising and lowering of the flags, both for Anzac Day and for Armistice Day. And as Andy said, there's the possibility of vandalism and having to clean it, and just the general upkeep of the memorial wall itself. If I can just add that the design of the memorial wall is due to be released for review after Christmas. Stonecraft in Kaitaia have been heavily involved in the design and are also going to be involved in the creation of the wall, which is approximately 6 meters long, 2 meters high. And as was pointed out earlier, there is also 4 flags that are flag posts that are going to be installed to the rear of the wall, and the plan is to have a gravelled or paved area in the immediate vicinity around the footings of the wall as well. If that just gives a bit of an outline of what the final design is going to look like.
Can you just refer to the question Belinda's asked, why do we need an MOU if we have a policy?
Your Worship, could that please? The RSA have requested an MOU. It was at their request, my understanding is, from my conversations with them, they requested that that MOU be put in place.
That's correct, thank you.
Do you want to add further comment, Rachel, or?
Yeah, just a quick right of reply. Thank you, Worship. I acknowledge where Member Ward is coming from, and there is a policy in place. I think it gets a little bit tricky when we've got a reserve that's still delegated to council and there is a reserve management plan in place. So I guess a hierarchy of guiding policy documents is probably a good question, and I'm happy to take that offline and understand what that looks like. I think for me, what I just want to express to members, and Councillor Clendon touched on it, the reserve management plan was adopted by council last triennium, and on page 9.1, character sense of place, outcome 9 is to provide an opportunity within the perimeter of the domain for the appropriate location of a cenotaph. So council can celebrate that you're ticking that one off the to-do list. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. We'll put the motion. Can we have the vote up, please? Thank you. I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Foy?
Aye.
Councillor Radich?
Support.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepania?
Total call and support.
Councillor Busich?
Support.
Thank you very much. Right, thank you for that. I will take us to the item 5.6, and when we've concluded this, we will break for lunch. Turn to page 167, development contributions. This should only take a minute, I would have thought. Do we have a mover and a seconder, please?
Happy to move.
Is that you, Kelly? Sorry, Rachel.
I think Anne might have beat me. I'm happy to second.
Okay, Anne and Rachel, thank you. Right. Anne or Rachel, do you wish to comment?
No comment from me, Your Worship.
Rachel?
Thank you, Worship. I do have a couple of points to make, not so much questions, although at the end of my points I am looking for some assurance just from our CEO. I think the first point I want to make is that it pains me to be accepting this resolution today, and that's mainly from a go and millennial point of view. I'm going to put my cards on the table and say that my aspiration, and I campaigned on it, was that this council would adopt a development contributions policy within this term. What we are saying here today is that that won't happen, and I don't take that lightly, so I just really want to express that first. I think I was also a little bit concerned given the Program Darwin report that we've just received and acknowledging the challenges that that puts our development contributions policy in. I'm still not entirely convinced that the left hand is talking to the right hand, and I look forward to continuing to break down those silos from a governance point of view and seeing those silos being broken down across our organisation as well. I think while it's not ideal, the time frame, I acknowledge that taking our time on this option is the most responsible governance decision that we could be making. And while it's unfortunate, I just want to really express that to members of the public, especially who hold this very important piece of work quite in high regard, that this is simply just making sure that we do it once and we do it right, especially acknowledging all of the milestone, the goalposts, sorry, that are shifting around us. So I think I just want to summarise that I think I've learned enough around this table in the local government space that good things take time every now and again, and sometimes we have to put our egos aside, which is what I'm doing, and acknowledge that we have to invest that time and that resource into achieving ultimately what I think will be an intergenerational outcome. I hope it will. I hope that our Three Waters reforms and our RMA reforms don't trump us in this, but all we can do is try. So all these factors bring me back to supporting this recommendation today. And I just want to thank the mahi that Darren and Roger especially have put into this, and also the consideration that our CEO has given to it to ensure that we can continue to move this forward. I think that I just want to end with, I would like to get some points of clarification, Your Worship, from our CEO, and that this recommendation lines up with and is empowered by Program Darwin, and it's a bit tricky. I understand that. I'm not sure that you can give me that now that we have left it to lie on the table, but I want to ensure that we're passing a resolution today that's geared for success. And I also just really want to highlight that development contributions are not our only mechanism for ensuring that community good is put above private benefit. So just some comfort that FNDC will continue to put its best foot forward in terms of negotiating and enforcing resource consent conditions, and as well as putting developer agreements in place to ensure that our community wellbeing isn't sacrificed for private benefit. Those are the two pieces that I would love some assurance from our CEO on. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll come to Felicity.
Thank you, Worship. So is the CEO or staff going to respond to Rachel, or would you like me to go now?
You go now, and then I'll get Sean to respond when you've spoken.
Thank you. And thank you to the staff for bringing this report to us. What I particularly like about the report is it has a graph of deliverables, of outputs. It's got a timeline of when they're going to be achieved. So well done on that. And some of the things that we don't have, and I'm not sure if they're known yet, given the Three Waters reforms, is what is going to happen with development contributions for Three Waters. Why, just like Project Darwin this morning, and why I voted to have a workshop on it, is because we shouldn't be doing work that's just going to be chucked out when we have Three Waters reforms. We need that direction from central government, and we should spend our energy on things we know we are going to have. For example, traffic. We're going to still have roads. You know, why aren't we concentrating on development contributions for traffic and transport? Further to that, the thing that's not in the timeline here is a district plan. And so when that becomes operative in May, that will mean the intensity of development, particularly infill development, will be increased, particularly for land use multiple units, if the current rule, goes operative as it is. What does this mean? This means that people are going to connect onto existing sewage without paying anything. We're going to have to do all this work to our infrastructure with no additional money. So we need that direction from central government. And I'm not sure if we should even be doing anything about Three Waters development contributions, given that it's going to be taken off us. Are any of the Three Waters staff able to respond about how development contributions might work with the new Three Waters model?
I doubt whether anyone can, Felicity, because we don't know whether Three Waters is actually in place yet and exactly what it means.
That's right.
There's significant change happening right as we speak. And so we don't know what it is. I think in the meantime, it is sensible for councils across the district, across the country, to continue on as though there is no change until there is change.
Well, we know the date for Three Waters reform. What date is that?
It's 2024, but there's lots happening in between times right now, actually. So the mood is changing. And I don't know that anyone's able to comment. Andy, you've got your hand up. I'll come to you, David.
And I have one last point,
Okay.
Your Worship, and I did want Andy to answer my question as possible. So development contributions are only for growth. I don't want our staff wasting their time looking at all the different areas when it's only mainly Kerikeri that's having growth, and maybe Doubtless Bay as well. So can the staff respond about that, or do we have some sort of policy person, or can Andy respond about that? Because it takes resource to enforce this policy. We're going to create more work, and it's going to create more cost, and are we going to recoup that cost?
Thank you. I'm conscious of the fact that Rachel's asked some questions that Sean and staff will. Do you want to just deal, Andy, with that specific about Three Waters?
Through the chair, I'll let Darren comment about the phasing and coverage of development contributions, but I can just update you that the DIA are currently doing a piece of work on data collection, charging and pricing for Three Waters reform, and part of that stock take of information relates to development contribution policies across what would be a Auckland and Northern entity. So they are starting to collect that information. There's no clear timeline at the moment of what they're going to do with that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll take David Cleansor next, and then Sean, you and the staff can please respond to all the questions. David?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, again, I need to echo Councillor Smith's sort of disappointment, I guess, that we haven't succeeded in this term in progressing this. I think Councillor's made it very clear from day one of this council that we did not understand why we weren't progressing the development contribution policy. We seem to have had all sorts of hurdles, and that's unfortunate. So I will be reluctantly supporting this motion, but I also wish to move an amendment to it, an additional clause to it. That would be to say, Part B, that a standing item at every full council meeting henceforth be a report from staff on progress against the indicative project schedule. The indicative project schedule is on our agenda. It indicates action will start as early as January next year, and there are sort of monthly milestones. So I'd like a standing item on our agendas to report on those milestones, for fear, frankly, that otherwise we'll get sort of to the end of next year or whatever, discover we'll actually know that slipped down the priorities list. So that would be my proposed amendment, and I'd seek a second to it, please.
Thank you. I think that's reasonable to expect, given that we've given that. Sean, can we ask you and the staff, and then I'll come back to Rachel?
Thanks, Your Worship. For Councillor Smith, there is common ground between Darwin and development contributions, in that one was a system to make permanent in our awareness the state of our assets around the future modelling for capacity, amongst other things. So once in place, that would provide you the answers and us the answers that we need for development contributions. The timeline is now not going to suit, but that I'll take advice from Andy and Darren in the moment, but I don't see that as interfering with what we've separately got in front of you here as the timeline for the other big question you've been asking around development contributions, because there are other ways outside of Darwin for us to assess the capacity of the systems for supporting future growth, and that's the work we'll have to do to arrive at a model that we can defend in court if there's a developer who doesn't like what we're telling them for their contribution. In the meantime, the development agreements that you ask about, I can give you the assurance that you need. That we had a successful negotiation with Avida. That wasn't a flash in the pan. It's the new form of things that are, as a temporary arrangement until we get permanent development contributions in place. So, with regards to the question about how the next entity will do its business, I just support the response from the Mayor. This is on the radar for us about what will happen to development contributions on water infrastructure once a new entity owns it. It's not for us to design, it's for them to design. It isn't on their agenda yet because they've got bigger fish to fry, but it certainly will come up, and we certainly will be engaged in that conversation. So that's to come. For the point about development contribution, I just deferred to Darren here, but the point about not trying to boil the ocean with a development contribution arrangement right across the district, that is right. Darren's Darren's got a pilot that's based on spatial planning around Kerikeri and Waipapa, and that will lead us into some wisdom around how development contributions can work. It'll get us there sooner rather than later, and we'll be able to base, because that is the hot area for development where we'll get the best bang for the buck. And then we'll certainly be able to apply lessons learned out of that as we roll this across a much broader catchment. I respect Councillor Clendon's amendment that's on the table, but I would ask elected members to entertain the idea of, if that were to fly, whether that could be something a committee would do, given the size of our ordinary council meeting agendas for something as routine as that. Just put that on the table for you to think about.
Okay, thank you. I see Roger, Darren or Roger?
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, I'll let Roger come in. He's got some thoughts. He's put a lot of work into this paper. But what I will say is, there's been a lot of debate about how quickly we can move on this. I'm not a complicated person, and so this has proven to be a complicated issue, which I've needed to get my head around. I mean, I would have loved to have been sitting here today saying we're going to activate one of the earlier policies, but taking advice from George Swanepoel, that would get us into a lot of trouble. So today we've got an alternate. It's an aggressive plan that fits in with the LTP cycle, which I think is a good option for us. And so I will pass to Roger, because I know he's put a lot of work to.
Thank you. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Roger.
Thanks, Darren. So just echoing some of the things said here. In the proposed timeline and the activities and deliverables, they're intentionally positioned around the next LTP, but more importantly, they're also positioned around some key things happening next year, around a workshop with the elected members in June, leading into a paper to committee in September. So the intent here is we would do our homework, we'd do our research, we'd do our planning leading up to those workshops and then onto that paper. So some of these questions that are out there on Three Waters, some of the things we've heard today, potentially around Darwin, will be putting us in a position to put forward options on what to do next. And I'll just float the idea those options could also include that we aren't in a position to reintroduce development contributions because of these reasons that have been raised today. But those options need to be explored and untangled going forward. The point of it is that there is time available to hit that paper to the committee in September, which is just bordering on the election. There is some join up here to the spatial planning work as well, which has the same timeline that will be coming to you in February. That paper is due up on that modified timeline for the spatial planning for exactly the same reason. It will be hopefully exploring areas of growth, as Councillor Foy's raised, and looking to focus in on that. And the intent here is to work collaboratively across those groups that are working on these particular growth-related projects that will end up in your long-term plan, because we can only do this for growth-related projects. So the intent here is that we're going to be in a better position to understand this next year, and obviously we'll better understand the Three Waters reforms as well, and the RMA reforms, and also the local government reforms at the same time. I will say that the paper in September, that's sort of leaving it to the last place that you can actually start making a decision about bringing DCs in, because if there is a decision to reintroduce DCs, then we need to work it towards informing the next long-term plan. So if you look further on in the plan, you'll see that it's allowing time to get a DC policy in place so we can actually start using those calculations as part of the financial planning and the financial strategy and the infrastructure strategy that goes into the long-term plan 24-34. So it might look like a drawn out time frame, but it actually is pretty tight. And there's some key dates and milestones that are coming up, particularly coming into next year and the reforms.
Okay, thank you for that. Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. I was not going to say anything, but apologies, everyone. I found myself having this moment of deja vu for elected members that were here for the last triennium, nodding of heads yeah, so I total call there being some way to report, you know, track progress on this regularly. In the chat, people have suggested the action sheet. Yeah, however we get to the, yeah, I'm so cynical. Sorry.
I guess the suggestion of making sure this is reported on the action sheet every month that we know, or every council meeting we now get. David, David Clendon, does that address your issue?
Well, in a sense, I would have thought an agenda item, then the staff know that they would be required simply to give a very simple statement of are we on target or not. Whereas the action sheet, they would still need to do the work, and the expectation somebody might raise the question. So I'm quite not, as I say, I'm not quite sure of the why we would go to an action sheet rather than an agenda item. They would have to do the work anyway, or risk being caught out if an answer can't be given.
Okay, well, you can move your amendment. Rachel, have you got your hand up to add something?
I was just wanting to ask Councillor Clendon if he would be happy for it to be a standing discussion item between myself as Chair of Stratton Pole and Darren as GM of Stratton Pole, that we just touch on this time frame and I give an update informally that way. I do hear that he is wanting something more formal though, so I just wanted to put that option on the table.
All right, thank you all. Okay, we'll put the, David, do you want to move an amendment?
Yes, I'll put the amendment. Yes, it's on the screen now, so I'll move that.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that amendment, please?
I'll second it, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. It's moved and seconded. I don't know that we need any more discussion on it, as it's been part of the discussion, so we'll call the vote. Now vote on the amendment. I'm in favour. Councillor Court.
Opposed.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Opposed.
Councillor Radich. Maddie. Councillor Smith.
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
In favour.
Councillor Busich.
Opposed.
Okay, so that's lost, is it? 1, 2, 3. Matty, are you there? Not there. Okay, so I will use, I think it's a drawn vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So
Yes, Your Worship.
Use my casting vote in favour of the motion. So it's carried. Now becomes part of the substantive motion. So can we have a vote on the substantive motion, please? Okay, can we have the vote when you're ready? I'm in favour.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
Councillor Busich. Right, thank you. That's carried. So I intend now I intend now to break for lunch and come back at 1:45. 12:45, and then we'll go into the public exclusion part of the meeting. All right, so I declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. So we now come to the public excluded part of the agenda. So also move that we go into public exclusion. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can we have the vote, please? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. And okay. So we just need the vote up when you're ready, please. Moved and seconded. Yeah, thank you. I'm in favour. Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanea. Oho, you there? Councillor Vucic.
Support.
Okay, so we're now in committee. Now we need a resolution to move to each and every one of you who have been
Sorry, Your
involved.
Worship.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Pardon me, but we
Okay.
have still resumed the live stream. Are these
Oh.
comments that you wanted to make while we are live?
Yes, no, yes, please, yes.
So we'll go live in 3, 2, oh, we are live.
Right, well, that's just as well then. So I'll start again. I just want to take this opportunity to, given that it's our last meeting of the year, to say thanks to each and every one of you for the help and support that you've been, the way in which we've worked together. Haven't always agreed, but we've always nevertheless stood beside and behind each other, working together. Sean, can I say to you and the staff, thank you so much for all the effort and the contribution and the support that you've given us. Again, there's been times when we not necessarily all agreed, but you've accepted the direction council have given, and we really do appreciate all the effort that's been put in by so many. I think it's fair to say that we can all stand proudly and say our organisation continues to grow and to deliver and get better. And so it's been fantastic working with you over this last 12 months and over recent years. Just want to take the opportunity to wish you all the very, very best for Christmas. Please take care, enjoy your family time, enjoy your families and your friends. If you please get to have time to have a break. It's been a seriously busy year, and I've got to tell you that I'm going to, my son and daughter-in-law and 2 grandchildren are coming up a couple of days before Christmas, and I'm going to turn my phone and my emails off. So if suddenly you feel that I've deserted you, I have. So anyway, look, thanks. Have a great Christmas, everybody. Have a happy New Year, and we'll touch base. There will be, of course, if it occurs, there's issues that arise during that time, then obviously we'll be in contact. But thanks once again. Have a great Christmas. All the very best, and thanks for all your help.
Thanks, Your Worship.
And can we have Moko closing kia ora, please?
Kia ora. Thank you, me kara. Ko te tapu o ngā kōrero ka irikia ki ngā pātu o tō tātou whare ki ngā koko mahara tūturuwhitia ka maua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, taiki e.
Taiki e.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Absolutely.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks.